Thank you. Thank you so much. You can actually see my face. Good to see you, Layla. I will have you know, I tried to stay up very late for you, but last night, but I couldn't make it. But oh, that's the worst. Oh, the worst. So so I'm calling tonight the copyright. I'm calling tonight the copyright violating extravaganza. So usually, Layla, usually I'm pretty strict about playing copyrighted material on here. Usually. But because there's a few things I want to do today that I'm gonna have to break it. I'm gonna have to break copyright for anyways. Why don't we do it? I said, screw it. We'll do whatever. We'll do whatever. Might have to private this stream. We'll see how. Almost none of it's gonna last. A lot of it's gonna be deleted. It'll be maybe what, 10 minutes. Be 10 minutes worth of stuff, but it's called getting here early. So I don't know if you've seen it, Lele. I have my covers in for my book. That's what I've been waiting for the past few days. If you want to see them. So one of the things I'd like to do today is like do some editing, edit some videos trying to promote it. So this is the front cover. I think it's gorgeous. And this is the back cover. So the plan today, the general plan today is I'm going to do some writing, but we're also just going to do some editing. We're going to see what little videos we can come up with to promote this thing. And partly why I'm saying I'm just allowing copyright violations. Right? Not bad. By the way, it's the same artist who did this, if you're curious. Same guy did this. This is for another project that I have to finish, but the wrestling project ended up being the one I got closer to being done with, so that I got more done, so that got more focus. Yeah, they're pretty cool, right? I mean, I did spend a good deal of money on them, so they better be. Let's see. Let's see. Put this in screw job. That screw job that's a wrestling term, not a dirty term. I know it sounds dirty, but it's not. So how was your sleepover with your cousin? I will. Yeah, you know, it's not a terrible idea. Most anticipated book of the year. I'm doing a bit where I call it the best book about a pro wrestling orc. That's nice. Get along with your cousin? Okay. The dream policeman. You're about to see something very secret I don't show many people. I have a secret Discord that's just for me. That's so nice. Okay. Import. Oh, well, you know what, Leila? I found it was actually the easiest way to transport files from my computer to my phone, and vice versa. I find it actually to be the easiest way to do it. I just posted in my private Discord just for me, and I can grab it from my computer. That is the honest God truth why I do that. Because like if I need it, if I need the files, I just click. If I need the file off my phone, I just click it. See, much easier. Yeah. Awesome. Have you got your profile set up yet? It's great to hear. You are a good artist. I'm always very impressed by your art. Okay.
Let's go! Oh, 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 let's go! Oh, let's go!
Have you got your portfolio up yet? How dare you? No. I think that's on my end. It's been kind of laggy, honestly. Yeah, I used it in the first little video I did for this book. I got some okay responses. I was just going to edit is. Hey! Oh yeah, let's. Yeah. This is the copyright violating extravaganza. Let's play it. Blitzkrieg Bop. No, I'm not. No. Am I still doing art? Oh, damn it. Yeah. No, sorry. I forgot to change this over. Yeah. I'm not. I don't have my art set up, so I'm not doing that today. Come back another day, and maybe I might do it, but not today. Sorry. There we go. Is this her? You're getting a really crappy drawing. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it in 5 minutes, and then we're gonna move on. There. We're good. Okay. Done. forgot to change it over from art to writing. That was my fault. That was my fault, but we're good. Okay. Let's see, Layla. Let's see your Discord. Oh, Layla. I'm also impressed by your art. That looks so cool. Okay, so life gets in the way. Okay. So we're gonna do. I want to do a few things. We'll do more traditional writing in a little bit, but a little bit. I want to edit some little teasers for my book, and I figured it would be more fun to do that in front of people. Partly because then I could talk about my book a little bit. So I made this little short a while back. So I did that little short, and the idea I want to do is like maybe make a few of these today. But what exactly I'm going to do, I don't know. I don't know. That's why I'm calling it the copyright. I'm calling it the copyright violating. Yeah. Yeah, you know, that got an okay response. Didn't get, you know, a million views, like a few videos I've seen. But, got an okay response on here. Got about... Probably should have done it, like, here in the center, because it kind of gets blocked by the garbage up. See, I was very smart. I asked him to provide me a version with and without the words. Specifically because I knew I wanted to do ads like that. It's already there, Elijah. You gotta go back to see it. So we can do like little. We can do like so we can put like. It's best to keep these under like 15 seconds long. So the question is, what do we put? I have a list of like, but I have a list of a bunch of ads I found of people advertising their books. I always feel bad about doing this because it's like, I have some critiques of some people's book. I have some critiques of some of these, but Let's see. There's some really good ones that I found that I thought worked really well. But since I don't think this one's going to survive all that, this stream is going to survive, we can probably like mess around. Okay. I really don't remember any of these, what any of these link to. I just know I thought they were interesting. Okay. I hate when it does this. Okay.
This book, which turned into this book. And I'm going to try to convince you to read my novel in less than a minute. Behind the Picket Fence is a multi-perspective coming-of-age novel that follows the story of our main character, Mallory Bakersfield. From an outside perspective, Mallory is living this perfect life in this suburban, perfect family, kind of American dream thing. And the story opens with her holding a bottle of sleeping pills, contemplating taking her life. And we take a backtrack and relive the day that she had that kind of led her to this moment. And after those chapters, we relive the same day through the perspective of everybody in her life that she loves. I wrote this book because we talk about mental health more in our generation now than we have ever have before, but yet we have so many people dealing with mental illness more than we ever have before. And I also just don't think that we have a book that captures what it's like to live in this generation, like as a Gen Z person. And
this was a fairly serious one. Most of them are like kind of funny. I forgot about this one. This one was fairly serious.
A really cool thing about this book is because it goes through the perspectives of 7 different people of all ages, of all backgrounds. It kind of appeals to all different types of people. So your dad can read it and your little sister can read it. Well, depending on how old she is. We'll have to wait to the end to actually see how it ends. But it basically just goes through and you realize that things are not always as they seem. Yeah, it's on Amazon and I would love for you guys to read it because I put my whole heart into this and I really think that it could change people's lives. Hi, my name.
Okay, this one was a little bit more serious than I remembered. Yeah, that's good. It's sincere. I can see, like, let's see. Yeah, this one did well. I can see why this one did well. It very directly appeals to the exact sort of person it needs to appeal. Let's see. Oh, this one's good. This one's good. I remember being really impressed with this one.
She got the way to move me, cherry.
So this one's I thought this one was really good. It's also far too expensive for somebody like me to pull off. We need very low grade stuff that does well. But yeah, this one's good. This one has bright colors. This one shows off the unique aspects of the book. Like a thing that I find frustrating about some of these, that if we find a few, is that it's more bragging about the book, that the type of book, than like showing you visually the feeling of the book, you know. It's kind of more, a lot of these will like dictate how you should review the book more than like trying to give you the vibe of the book through a video, and this does a really good example of that. This isn't exactly a book I would pick up, but I think this is a really good example of how to advertise a good book. Okay. Oh, I hate this window. This is a good example of a video, because it's more about the journey to create the book, and the emotional investment they have in it. And I think it's actually kind of secretly smart. Oh, coincidental. I wonder what book it's quite a bit like. A Court of Thorn and Roses. Sarah J. Maas in big bold. I wonder if she's implying that maybe her book has similarities. Let's see. Okay, this. Yeah, this. Yeah, okay, so this. Yeah. See, this is. See, this is. I feel bad about this because I have notes about how to do this one. Um. Like, none of these books are exactly books I would probably pick up and read, but all of them I thought had well edited, well articulated, like um, obvious ways that a reader who would be interested in these sort of things would want to read these. See, this is why I feel bad, because I don't want to be mean, because there's no reason to be mean, but see, there's no fun picking on these, like.
How do you ride like you're running out of time?
Ugh. This is a journey book, in that a journey video, and that it's more about the journey of the thing. Oh no, it's not video. Okay, let's see. Okay, pretty well edited. Actually, I kind of like this. I think this is, yeah, this works. This is evocative. So what we're finding is, like, I think, at least in my opinion, a good video ad doesn't necessarily show the book, but gives you a sense of how the book is. Like, this is a good little evocative way of showing a book, advertising a book, I think. Let's see. I found a really terrible ad somewhere along here that I'm curious to but not this one. This one's fine. Yeah, this one's fine. It does what it should, in that it gets the vibe of the thing. Let's see. This one. Okay, so one thing, this is a thing I noticed, especially YouTube. I made this mistake. Notice where she put all the ad stuff? Notice where she put all the ad stuff? Right where all the words are? That's a little bit of a problem. I made that mistake too. It's actually kind of hard to read. And it's like this on the thing too, but yeah. I have, I don't know about the video, but let's see.
Okay, if I can juggle 3 basketballs in the next 60 seconds while explaining my fantasy book, you have to sign up for my free newsletter.
Yeah.
Sir. Sir. Those are not basketballs. Those are not basketballs. Those are mini basketballs. I am lied to, and I feel called. I feel lied to.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
So, the thing I'm learning very quickly is when we look at these, and this is different on the phone, but it's not that different, is that you should really be focused like in this area right here, because they'll tend to put a lot of crap at the bottom. Okay.
Me? Obsessed with you? Yes. Yes, I am. Me?
Okay, that's not bad. Okay, I don't know how interesting this is, but it's interesting. Okay, I thought this was a really great video. I thought this was a really good ad. And you notice that she got a lot of likes for this one.
There's an easy way to slow down your drinking this year.
See, that's funny, that's visual. That's funny, that's visual, that's compelling, I think. That's a good visual, that's a good little visual gag. This is a trend that I found very funny. This is a trend I found very funny because a lot of them do this, and she has a lot of likes, so I don't feel bad. But what they do is, I'm fairly certain this is just some actor, but that I don't know because I'm not up on date on things. But what I found very funny. That is not a terrible idea. The book does end with her wrestling a werewolf. So, but what they do, they have a series of like stock images. They have a series of stock images, and they put like, they just list the tropes that exist. See, did I say, there's one I really wanted to show because, yeah. Okay. Because she is, okay, I really want to show one of these because this, this kind of backfired on this girl, but it did get her a publishing deal initially. Let's see. Yes, continue without supporting. I am the worst, whatever. Okay. Okay, let's see. I'm trying to find. Here it is. So, no. Come on. Impossible to find the original. It's possible to find the original one. Ah, here it is. Oh, no. So, this is one that got her. So this TikTok got her this girl a publishing deal. One of my favorite things is like, oh no, no, I don't care. It's so hard to find the original one because the original one is what I'm interested in. I want to show something funny because this always makes me laugh. This one image she used. This image right here really makes me laugh. And the reason it makes me laugh is because it's this guy. It's this guy in like a cheap like costume store crown, shirtless, and I'm just like sure, and it looks a little bit impressive. Then you notice, oh my god, it's like look at it. You can tell it's plastic. It's so funny, and it's just like, and it does to me. It doesn't look like serious guy, serious king, the crown heavy on burden. It's like guy not enjoying himself at a child's birthday party. And has maybe drunk a little bit, had gotten maybe just a tiny bit too drunk and has taken his shirt off. And he's like, oh, why did I do that? I'm so mad now. Oh, why did I challenge that guy in a Spider-Man costume to a fight? Oh, I'm so upset. I've made a fool of myself. Yeah, have you seen this? Yeah, I'm not surprised. Notice the amount of likes she got. And so this kind of backfired on her a little bit because then people got mad at her. But man, I'd kill for a publishing deal from just the TikTok I made. But oh, why did I challenge? It's so funny to me. No. Would you read a book about? It's just so funny to me, this image. Oh, why did I challenge Spider-Man to a fight? Oh, I'm really spiraling here, guys. I'm really spiraling here. It is not an appropriate way to behave at a 6-year-old's birthday. This is not an... Yeah. So yeah, that was... Yeah, that was for a book called Light Lark, and that was kind of... Well, now, to be fair, I think the backlash was a little bit overblown, honestly. People... So, yeah, that's kind of all the things. But I do have a little bit of a format I've established, but I probably need to like do other things besides just let's see. Okay. What's Rhea's theme? Let's see. How about Rhea's theme? Let's see what. Do you follow, do you follow wrestling at all? It's okay if you don't. It's fine. This is Rhea Ripley. She's probably the biggest female wrestler on. Yeah, everybody does. That's one of those things where it's just like everybody's quite fascinated by her. Let's see. Okay. Ugh. Shut up, Randy Orton. I can't. There's a part of me that just can't stand Randy Orton, and I shouldn't. This guy right here. God, I'm gonna get in so much trouble for playing WWE clips. This guy right here, there's a part of me that just can't stand him. And it's all, and I know I know he's a bad guy, so it's, he's doing his job, but I don't know. There's just something about his face. He always has a very smug look on his face, and that's very stupid, but it's the truth. Glorious. This is my favorite theme, by the way. This one right here is my favorite theme. Okay. I mean, what's good about my book, at least, is, I think the premise alone kind of sells it. So, but I should be, I don't need to do much more than that, honestly. Yes, your friend has very good taste. We'll do more real. No, we are violating copyright here. I am not listening to any lo-fi. We are listening to straight up real music. I want to listen to good music. Is this it? By Baker? What do you need help with?
The sentence that's giving me trouble is this one.
Okay, let's see.
I said no stream. I like the show no tell principle.
His body heat dissipates the water.
So Zakla to me. It's like so Zakla to me. It's like I feel like if I don't point out like the heat dissipates in the water, it's shivering. Because I feel like people wouldn't think like about it, you know.
It's fine.
Does that make sense? I think it doesn't.
You could say it had evaporated. Can you hear me right now? Pro?
Yeah, I am on your stream too.
Oh. Do you wanna cross over? Do you want to do this knock?
It's like the inception. You can shake the inception. You can shake to shiver. Sure. I've never done it though.
Me neither.
So.
Okay, we're gonna have a crossover. Oh, okay.
It says here that the statue goddess should not be kept as a single browser source, as these stream together in one browser window from required and a separate browser source in your streaming software. Does it show that to you too?
Okay. Yeah, well, it says I can't use my camera for some reason, but it says I'm okay, apparently. Let's see. Okay.
Try it again.
Okay. Can you see me? And hey, Itachi, good to see you. I don't know about that, Itachi. It's I find it strange as well. But that's the vision, I guess. don't know. Oh well, we can just listen to each other.
I need to try my version to deception. I don't want to exit my. Yeah, sure. This alright.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Uh,
so let's do that. I'm
his heat dissipates in the his body heat dissipates in the water. So that's not correct. His body heat dissipates in the water. Sorry. That makes it sound like he's cooling down.
We are having echo. We are having echo. Wait.
Do you have like earphones?
Yeah.
I mean, do you want to just get on a Discord call? Let me just get on Discord.
Yes. Let me open the stream.
Okay, I'm in your Discord. Am I muted? Why am I muted? Okay. Oh.
I mean,
Ow. 1 second. I'm pushed to talk.
okay. Yes, you're muted.
Hello? Can you
Wait,
hear
no,
me?
you're not muted.
Can you hear me? Yay! Hello. Okay, so let's do some quick. Let's do a quick overlook of your thing. Okay. Sorry. My internet connection isn't great, so it's a little bit thinged out right now. Can you hear me?
Don't worry.
Yeah. Okay.
On the Discord, no.
Okay. Well, I can hear you on the Discord.
But I don't know why.
Can you... You're doing it's push to talk. I'm not a huge fan of push to talk, I guess. Okay. So here I'm noticing a few things. His body heat dissipates in the water around him, and he immediately starts shivering. Are you trying to say he got cold?
Yeah, I think, yes. Because I didn't want to write like he got cold, because it felt like a bit like totally not showing, and I didn't want to do that, but I wanted to show that he was cold. But I didn't know how to write that he was cold.
He shivered.
Because I feel like if I wrote like he started shivering,
Yeah.
it would make no sense. Why? Because like in my head, if he's like underwater, the water it's cold.
Yeah.
So he would lose body heat.
Yeah.
But if I just write he started shivering, it would make no sense for some readers.
Yeah.
That wouldn't think about like the water is cold.
Well,
Does that make sense?
No. Okay. Well, first of all, my opinion generally on something like this is that it is that sounds too much like a textbook. That sounds too much like a science textbook to me. His body heat dissipates in the water. That sounds too much like a science textbook. He shivered. How's he supposed to be feeling right now, by the way? Like, what's his emotional state at the moment? Can you hear me? Did I just lose it?
Let's see. Wait.
Wait, why am I seeing it here?
Wait.
Okay.
It's showing the knock again.
Oh, okay.
I think I
Did,
might be able to do the knock.
let me try. One second. I'm gonna mute. I want to mute this. 1 second. I'm gonna disconnect. Stay in the thing if it works. Hello? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. Okay. 1 second. How about now? Audio output settings. Okay. 1 second. No. Okay. I know. It's doing a stupid thing. So what it's doing is it's trying to redirect. Okay. Audio output settings. Okay, yeah. So what it does is can you hear me? So what it does is it redirects it. It keeps attempting to redirect my audio out through my my microphone here, and it just drives me up a wall. Okay, so that line that you have right there is a little bit too, I think, clinical, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it makes
it sounds too much like a
sense.
text.
I'm a med student.
Yeah. It's like it sounds too textbook. So so kind of what's his like emotional state at the moment? Like, what would you say his emotional state is at the moment?
He's fucking scared.
Okay, can we like emphasize that through like his reaction to the cold water? Like, is there a way to like metaphorically emphasize that?
Okay, that will make sense.
Like,
I wanted to do that. I wanted to say, like, when he was siren, he always thought that the water was like really welcoming and really hot. Like, he loved the water. But as a human, he thought it was really cold.
Yeah.
But I thought about writing that after that he started shivering.
Well, yeah, but you can kind of emphasize. See, the great thing about writing is you can kind of emphasize that through like descriptions and stuff. His emotional state. So you don't have to say it explicitly, but you can like. Is there a way to accentuate the vibe of what he's going through at the moment? Like this is bad, but like the sharp pang of, let's see. It felt deathly cold. The deathly cold water. The like chat. What's like a good word for yeah. The frigid water. Yeah, I like that, Ashes. As his skin touched the air, he immediately shivered as his body heat was torn away. That's too scientific. You know, we got to think in mind of the soul here. So like, I hate push to chat, by the way. I hate push to chat. I know I don't like dealing with it. It's very irritating. I don't know. His hands and fin turned to fetus. They tried to break the surface of sternum. Okay. His hands and feet tried to break the surface of sternum. His body heat dissipates in the water around him. His body numbed to
Yeah, no.
in the frozen water.
No, that word I forgot about. I totally forgot about that.
Yeah. Not exactly that. Not exactly that. There's better words, but it's something along those lines, right? Like, there's a better way to say this. Like, okay, so what's associated with, like, death is often associated with cold, you know? You know, the icy touch.
Yes.
The icy touch of
Is
death.
that a cool?
The icy touch of the water grabbed his heart. Something like that, maybe? You know, we can always personify. The icy...
Yeah,
The
that
icy
would make
touch of the
sense.
water.
Then we can put numbed his fingers.
Yeah.
I don't know. But I don't know if I should, like, I thought of something, but I don't know if it made sense. If the icy touch of water numbed his fingers and the shivering came almost immediately.
That can work. I mean, the icy... Let's see, the icy touch of the water numbed his fingers.
It's like I said,
Yeah.
I wanted to
No, but that's you know, that's poetic language.
you did the comparison between like when he was a siren and
How about like the icy touch of the water?
when he turned into a human, but I don't know how to do that because I want to do the icy first.
Numbed his human body.
Yeah, that makes sense.
No, the icy touch of the water numbed his human body. I don't know. I'm trying to be really arty here and like think of I have an idea. There's There's a reference to like Dante's Inferno we can pull out of this somehow. His fin turned into feet as his hands tried to break through the frigid water. His breath was ripped away as his skin was coddled in the strings. I like that. I like that, Ashes. That's pretty good. The icy touch of water stabbed at his human body. I don't know, like some... He felt...
I don't know about stab, maybe paste. Because like for me stabbing reminds me of a knife.
Yeah.
But piercing Sounds like needles.
Yeah. Pricked?
Yeah, makes sense, too. Wait. Eating, pricked, bond. That just said the icy touch of the water bond his delicate skin. That makes sense too.
Ashes, you want to get in? You want to get on the Discord call? Let's see. Okay, come in. You don't
I
mind?
should talk softly since it's late before I sleep. Oh, don't worry, man.
Yeah,
Just come in.
come in. We're
Yeah, it is.
yeah. Come in. We're doing a group writing. Oh, by the way, I guess since I'm live streaming too, let me plug your account with my people. Which is only one other person.
Yeah, I need to do that too. I forgot 1 second.
Pro over here is not that far away from 50, so if you want to
What the fuck
throw
is
them
my
a follow,
ad, man?
throw them a follow, that would be good. Okay. Okay, so I feel like you can. I keep thinking of like Dante's Inferno and like how the final circle of hell is ice cold. You know what I mean? And I feel like you could like do a fun little irony switch of like now.
Yeah, but I've never read it.
Okay, so okay, there's a couple of circles of hell, and the final circle of hell is instead of hot is in fact ice cold because it's so far away from heaven that it's frozen. And I feel like you could do a fun switch up with this of like
Yeah.
instead of being so far away from heat, like there's
Yeah, how it's in torture.
yeah.
How is darkness and ice. But I don't know if that's like a quote or not.
Yeah. Dante's Inferno, final circle of hell.
Also, it is a bit weird. Yeah, but I don't know why. Let me just see the permissions. Wait.
There it is.
Interpretation.
Yeah, go ahead, Lele. Lele is suggesting something over on my stream. Yeah, that's what I've been saying. It's a little frustrating.
We have.
Hey, Ash.
Hey. Is it?
Oh, is this working?
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah, it's okay.
Yay!
Hello.
Death loomed underneath the glacial glands of the water, counting the sense of self into a never-ending cycle of shivering. That's lay for my stream. What do you think? Let me post it.
Wait, where is it? Okay. Is it really nice?
Boop. Okay, so I believe yours is in third person though, but
What's my guys? Wait, form here, yes. Wait. Yeah, mine's in third
but besides that, you could.
person. But I can always like change things, right?
Yeah. It's your story. It's your story. No, theirs is in third person, but that's pretty much the only thing you would have to change.
Right.
No. All you have to do. Death loomed under the glacial wings of water, taunting their sense of self into a never-ending cycle of shivering. That's all you would have to change. Yeah. Oh, obviously. Hey, Leigh, are you on Twitch? Do you have a Twitch account? I think you do, right? Even though you don't use it as much, which is fine. If you want to give Pro over here a follow, Pro's getting near 50. Oh, excellent. Pro's getting near 50.
Yeah, I have only 46. I have 46 followers.
Yeah, and at 50, Pro will get ads. Okay, let's see. Let's see. The water is far away. From far away from, let's see. Far away from the warm water from.
Hello, crazy baby. Hi, honey. How are you? Thank you so much for coming.
Hey, Leilai.
Stream. Yeah, I assumed it was from Sean's stream. Thanks so much. Oh my god, that scared the shit out of me again. Fuck. Sorry, it always scares me. Thanks so much for the follow.
Of shivering.
I really like cuddled instincts. I think I might steal it.
Do. This is
Can I steal the ashes?
Yeah. That's okay, Ashes, right?
I'll try. Yeah, anything I've been to draw, you can steal from me. What I just wrote, by the way, just me going fully into my type of writing style. So you might not like it. Like,
Something like that, maybe. His breath whipped away, his delicate skin engulfed in burns as his heart raced. He only sunk deeper, air replaced with water, blowing. Oh, dude, Ashes, that's so good. I really like that, Ashes. You got a good sense of words about you.
Yeah, he's really talented.
Yeah.
The only person that writes really well is Blue.
It is.
But they are not awake yet, I think.
Yeah. This is so not what I have planned for today, by the way. But yeah, who cares?
Sorry.
No, it's fine. I don't mind. It's not like I was going to do anything major. Let's see.
by the way, he's like used to breathing in water and like.
I'm just trying to get this. Let's see, default microphone. Say something.
I forgot the word.
There we go. So it doesn't.
Okay.
So I had it going through the my monitor, which is not smart. So it's been echoing the whole time, and I apologize for that, everybody. Yeah, you guys' voices. So I think there would be a good idea. You should do like a contrast between like how cold it is.
No, don't worry about it.
How cold it is now to like maybe a warm memory of home or something. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like something, because kind of like nostalgic things can be warm.
Yeah, but I don't. Yes. It would make sense, but at the same time, I don't know if it would because he's literally like at the castle.
Yeah.
So like, I don't know if he would be nostalgic, because like he's literally kind of living it in the same place that he always like wore.
To be fair, I'm not totally sure the full like nature of the story. So I'm kind of basing this on my knowledge of the Little Mermaid. So does he have like good memories of home, or is he desperately wants to escape to like live a better life?
I think it's better if I give you the general context.
Yeah.
So it makes more sense, I think.
Yeah.
I decided to be based in the Little Mermaid, but at the same time, change it a bit. So like he's a siren, not a mermaid.
Okay.
So like in the first chapter, he killed a sailor, and his cousin was killed by another sailor.
Okay.
So he arrived at the castle, and he's like the prince, but he's like the nephew of the queen. He wasn't supposed to inherit the throne because the princess, his cousin, was supposed to be queen. So like he arrived back at the castle, and the princess who was supposed to be queen died, and his aunt is not that great of a person. since she's quite frigid and like strict and stuff, she got mad at him, and now it's punishing him and turning him into a human.
Okay. So it's not okay. So,
So like
but
he has some happy thoughts
so does he have like particularly happy memories
and
associated with
memories,
it?
but like some bad shit.
Yeah. So what would he be think? What would he be nostalgic for right at this moment when he kind of thinks he's going to die?
Maybe he could be thinking, like, I don't know if it would be too upfront or not, but I had some scenes before, like, his cousin dies, in which they are talking. Maybe they could, like, make him talk about that, like, talking about his cousin Luke's is still being alive and stuff, and the memories he had at the time.
Because
Does that make sense? Or would
yes,
it be too, like, close, let's say, like that?
no, I think it makes sense. It's like what I would say is like it might be a good idea for him. This is a hard moment emotionally and mentally for him. He thinks he's going to die, right? He thinks he's dying. And
Yeah.
in those little,
Yes.
and in those kind of moments, you have a tendency to think back to like a happier memory, I guess is my thought. Does he have like a happy memory to think back to?
So, oh, I could. I don't know if I could like. I had an idea, but I don't know if it would make sense. Maybe I could make him like I said, remember his cousin before her death, and he has like some memories with his parents before they die too.
Yeah, that could work.
So maybe he could have kind of have flashbacks, but not really about those moments.
It's not really like a flashback. You're just kind of going through his mental process as he's going through something like this. And I do like that idea, Lele. Yeah, I do agree with you. He should, like, it's just like, so, and I always think, I always overthink everything. I apologize, but, like, what he should, we're metaphorically trying to contrast the frigid experience he's going through right now with a warmer experience he had, right? At least that's an idea. You don't have to do this.
Yes.
But that's a little bit, because we want to compare it to like how warm it was beforehand to how cold it is now. Right? So, like, I don't know, like, just kind of like...
Yeah, that makes sense. I almost turned to Italian again, sorry.
No. Telling isn't as, like, evil as people make it out to be, but it's like in a moment like this, what thought goes through his head that keeps him from giving up?
Maybe revenge.
That can work.
It's like it kind of like it seems to me that the queen did that to punish him, and she did that to punish him for like letting her daughter die. So maybe he can't like think that he knows that she decided to do that because she knows it's gonna kill him. Because like as a human, he can't reach the surface.
Yeah. I mean,
and if he is able to reach the surface, and even if
we're set. I would point.
Sorry, I cut you
No.
off.
I just think you have there's a clever idea here also in that there's a turn of phrase. Revenge is a dish best served cold, and I kind of like the switch up that revenge is warming him up. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
There's a little bit of where you can do a little bit. You can pull off a little bit of wordplay with that.
Yes.
Revenge kept him.
But like, continuing my thought, I think that even if he reaches the surface, the Queen's thought is that he won't be able to succeed, because how can a human be able to like steal a heart from a sailor? That's what she told him to do. He has a month to be able to kill the sailor and bring the heart back, but like he isn't able to find the ocean again because he's a human and only sirens are able to find the ocean.
Yeah.
So like he knows that it was a sentence of death.
Yeah. So yes, that is very much a plot. But let's
So maybe like it could be revenge.
Yeah. Yeah. Like something like, you know, as the cold, icy touch of death, like the cold touch of ice surrounded him. Like the one thought that was keeping him warm was revenge. Something along those lines. Obviously not that.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
But I will work with the context. I like it a lot.
Yeah.
Do you have anything to add, Ashes? You seem kind of like silent.
I think we woke Ashes up in the middle of the night.
A piece that might be good enough.
No, Ashes,
He was talking about food on my stream, so I don't know about like waking him up.
Yeah. I mean, I'm up in the middle of the night, so nobody else gets to sleep either. But I think
Auntie.
how I have just noticed this, bro. You have been up for is this real? You've been up for 12 hours? Have you taken a break?
No.
Jesus.
By break, I did like some reaction times in the middle where I like.
But you've been streaming for 12 hours straight.
I watched some videos and that's it.
Yeah. That's wow.
Yeah.
Because didn't you do like a super long stream yesterday as well? Anyways.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I got distracted, man. I don't notice time passing at all.
Okay. No, I'm cool. That's cool. Okay. I think you got something there. Like, because you know these descriptions. My suggestion is always like you can always find like little character moments when you're describing something, and I think you found a bit of a character moment for your guy here.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Hey, I should send a new thing. It delved into the water, looking forward to the warm embrace of the water. His feet turned into fins as he breached into the water.
Yeah.
His chest tightened, embracing bonds. The frigid sea dragged him down to the abyss. He yelled, forcing the air out of his lungs, replacing it with the stings of the frigid water. I liked it, but I don't know if it makes sense with the context because like he's underwater already.
Yeah. Ashes, you got a good sense of words about you.
And he's trying to reach the surface.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like.
Yeah. No, he's like really underwater, like really underwater.
So yeah, but like I like the so remember to keep like his emotional journey centered. Like if he's feeling the burning hot fiery desire for revenge and that's keeping him alive, I think that's a not bad way to approach it, you know?
Yes, that makes sense.
Yeah. It does. It does.
But I feel like I have a lot of problem with it being too clinic, you know. I need to be more emotional while writing.
Yeah, but that takes time. That's just something you learn over. You know, like the piece of advice I always give people is like just think about what people's relationship is
I
towards
guess.
the information. Like what's his relationship towards him being cold? You know?
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
That makes sense.
You got this, bro.
Something I like doing is having two contradiction senses colliding.
Yeah.
That makes sense, actually. But I feel like when I'm writing, I forget everything.
Oh well, it's all you're building. It's kind of like
Like,
muscle memory, pro, in a lot of ways. It's you're just kind of need to stop. Uh, you know, there's intellectual. Okay, so it's like there's
what's wrong?
intellectually knowing something,
Oh yeah, I'm like.
and then there's like instinctually knowing something. I don't think, and it's like
Continue talking. I'm sorry for like interrupting.
no, it's fine. I talk a lot. Like you can know something like intellectually, like you know the basic fact, but until you like experience it, you just won't get it, and you just need to experience it. I guess is my point. So you're doing fine. Trust me, you're doing fine.
Yeah, that makes sense. But I'm afraid that every single time that I try to write anything emotional, it's keep like being too clinical, and that freak bothers me a lot.
Yeah. Well, the important thing is you know that that's an issue, right? And you know to look out for that.
Yes.
Yeah. And also, I'll throw this out there. That's what
I think I will end up like rereading the chapter.
Yes, Ash. Yes, script writing is often that. I'll point this out, Ezzy.
And try to put it more emotion, you know.
But Ezzy, I'll also point this out. That's what the next draft is for. Can I show you a bit of line from my writing? This is a particularly bad piece of writing I'm doing. So much so that
I guess.
so much so that I have to.
Yeah, sure.
I have
Show
to.
me.
I've been doing. I have to like almost do a whole page to equal like one chapter of a bit of thing I've done. Let's see, where is it? I have too many. I have too many documents. This is a problem. I have too many documents. Ah, here it is. Okay, where is it? Okay, so
I think you're writing more like a screenplay writer. Too many details on what's physically happening and not enough on what other feeling senses are being experienced could be wrong. No, I think that makes sense, Ashes. I need to correct that though.
Yeah. So
like in Portuguese, I write quite different. Like in Portuguese, I have a lot of emotion. I don't know why in English I don't.
Well, I mean, I think that's that's part of it. It's like this is that seems to be somewhat of a classic problem with people writing in English, and that's not their first language. I've seen that happen before. You know, so you got to remember, you're also giving yourself, you're also doing something very hard in writing in a language that's not your native language. You know? You know, that's not the first language you learn to speak. So go easy on yourself.
Yes.
Go easy on yourself. You're doing very good. Trust me. I know some people who have been living in the U.S. since they were like 5 and still can't quite. Anyways, okay, so this is a bit of line. This is particularly bad writing for me, but I just want to explain that I'm doing a similar thing you're doing. You're feeling right now. So this is an absolutely vital scene where.
Wait, we are in ads.
Oh no. Well, I can still see you. Okay, we'll wait for ads to pop by. What ads are you getting?
Okay, we are back. That's it.
Yeah. Are you getting those terrible like sports betting ads? I hate those so
the
much.
one I was watching.
Yeah. Okay. There
No,
it is.
the one I was watching was a Mario and Luigi Pringles one here from Italy.
Oh, very nice. Okay, so this is an absolutely vital scene. This is where my main character meets another main character who's going to be their companion for the rest of the book. And it is very important that I do this right. And this is what I have written. On the journey to find Red River, Horatio and Luna cross paths with a small caravan. That's it. That's all I've written. One of the most important scenes in the book, and they just randomly cross paths. That's somehow snuck into my draft. You know, like these second drafts, these first...
But you can always improve, right?
Yes, I can. Yes, I can. It's almost like I'm trying to imply something towards you. You are very correct. I can always improve. Also,
But something that
also towards you. Also towards you.
I almost started talking Portuguese.
Also towards you. That's kind of what I'm saying. It's very the important solving a problem. The only way you can solve a problem is realize you have a problem.
One of my worries is that a viewer once told me that I write too much. Like, I have in the moment 8,000 words and I still haven't finished. And like, in my opinion, I can't reduce it because it's not saying that it's perfect.
Yeah.
But what is written, I don't think should be changed. Because like, it makes sense in the context. And I want to add things, not subtract them. Because like what is written, I think is fine, I guess.
Yeah.
Like I need to change things. And the person said like, yeah, the chapters are like 1,000, 2,000 words at maximum. And like I have not almost 9,000. And I'm like, man, is that too much?
I don't think
And
so.
I don't know. But I can't like
Do you want me to beta read?
divide this chapter and like all the smaller chapters. Because it makes no sense.
Do you want me to beta read? I could, if you want me to, I can do a beta read for you. I can do some beta reading for you.
When you reread your chapter, do you find it boring?
Sorry, my mom is messaging me
Wait,
a bunch.
1 second. What did you say, Ashes?
When you read your chapter, do you find it boring?
Yeah. Do you find it boring?
I don't, but I don't know.
Okay.
If you don't find it boring, then it's not too much.
Yeah. But if you want a
But
second,
I'm afraid that the
eyes,
readers will.
well, as if you want a second pair of eyes, I don't mind giving your thing a beta read.
Okay, I will send it to you. Thanks so much.
Okay. Yeah, I'll do some line editing. No worries. But part of it is just that's the fear every writer has, is that you're gonna worry. You're always gonna worry about what the audience thinks. That's just the anxiety that comes with the job, is the thing. If that makes sense.
Yeah. But I don't know if he. The thing is, I have another one that I'm not the novel that I'm writing. I
Yeah.
don't know if it has it here or not.
Yeah.
It's in my other account, my or not. Yeah, it's like a mystery novel inspired by Scooby-Doo.
I like that.
I say inspired, but it's loosely inspired by. The only thing that inspired by that look for like supernatural mysteries, and that's it. The only inspired by Scooby-Doo is that.
That's fine.
But like the first chapter, since it's technically a fanfic, I want to publish it in the future as a book.
Yeah.
But since it's a fanfic, like people don't care about the size. Let's put it like that. If I wrote it as a novel, when I will publish it as a novel, I will like cut it in smaller chapters. But at the moment, since it's a fanfic, it has like 23k words. And I can't divide it because like it would mess up the chapter counts that I already have. I already did an outline for it.
Yeah.
So I can't divide it. But like the person saw this and he was like, "Yo, that's too much." But like I even have like pictures in missing things.
Yeah.
And newspapers. So like
Why the person's saying that?
Which thing did that person mention? That's too much. Which was it? The book, the Scooby book, or the?
They said that the chapter is so long. Like for this, the 23k words, I kind of agree that 23 words is a kind of a lot. But for fanfic, people don't care. Like you can write as big as you want.
Yeah.
And I know that this one is gonna be like a big fic. So like I'm prepared. I already like put it in the notes that it's gonna be a long fic.
Yeah.
So people know about that, and only people that like to read long fics will gonna read it and will fight by that.
Yeah.
But like he talked about it being so long for the.
I think I know why he's saying
the one that I'm reading, the Siren one.
Can you scroll up for a
I
second?
know.
So
can you stop right there, like right in the middle?
Why? But he said that from when this Siren one. Okay, wait.
Sorry, am I interrupting someone?
No.
No. Yeah, you can speak.
It's fine.
So can you go to like the middle of the page, by the way? I want to like point something out. Why they're probably saying that?
It's
what?
Just,
Which
like,
middle of the page?
Middle of the page. Just like scroll down a little bit. Yeah, perfect. So as someone who's like not like a super avid reader, when I see paragraphs like that, I get scared.
Yeah,
so
well,
like a lot of normal readers, I think.
Yeah,
I see massive blocks of paragraphs.
Yeah,
kind of get turned off by it and kind of pull back.
Yeah. I just noticed what you're talking about.
It makes sense, but
it's just by like splitting up the paragraph.
Yeah. As you have to, those should be double spaced. I think you should you should like just do one more space on each paragraph. See what? Yeah, they're all kind of like they're all kind of like running together.
I do it on when I publish it.
Yeah. Yeah, but they're all kind of
Here, I will show you. It has it on the official like thing.
Yeah.
There's not just one archive of.
See, I think part of the problem is Ash. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we're both. I think we're both kind of like
Fucking. Oh, I'm not looking. Wait.
Problem solving sort of people. Yeah, but I see what I see what you mean. They're all kind of running together. Let's see.
Here.
Okay, let's see. Let's see.
The website it puts the double.
Okay, yeah, that looks
oh my
fine.
God, it puts the double space.
Yeah, then it's fine. Yeah, no, that's 100% fine. You're doing it 100%.
But on my dogs, it doesn't have it.
Yeah, no, that looks 100% fine. Oh, why is it doing that? That's so weird.
Well, like he talked about like the number of like words that the dog has.
Okay, let's see. I think this guy sounds like he was being maybe a little bit of a jerk, but in the center between the two of them is a boy who carries his emotions and feelings behind shields inside his eyes. He looks... Sorry. My computer is doing this terrible thing where... Do you have a link to your thing? Can I just get a link to your thing? Because my
Don't read it.
No. Because the problem is...
Yeah, sure.
I lose. It periodically will it'll go blurry because my internet is being bad. So if I could get a link to your like AO3 or something. Like his father, his
yeah, I
muscular.
sent it in the general room.
Okay.
The server.
Okay, 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. General chat. There we go.
Yeah, the general chat.
Okay. Okay, let's see. It came at night like a shadow no one is able to avoid. Like a lightning strike that's exactly... It came at night like a shadow no one is able to avoid. Like a lightning that strikes exactly where it intends to. It is the monster under the bed and the figure at the corner that someone can see at night for 1 second, then disappears. It is the presence in the dark that seems to be watching you everywhere, but you can't find it if you are searching for it. The street is quiet, with no sound of passing cars, of no teenagers that decided to secretly hang out with friends when they were supposed to be at home, and no sound of brushing through the dark trees in the forest that surrounds the place. By the way, I really like that. I like that turn of phrase here. It's I think that's a really evocative. It's a really fun way of saying it. This one right here of no teenagers that decided to secretly hang out with their friends that were supposed to be at home. And no sound of nature brushing. Yeah, I really like that. That's a really fun way to describe something. Can I copy and paste this or no? Nearest street line.
Hey.
For a second before it turns off some nearest storm clouds. Too much space right here. Let's see. Okay, the darkness seems to consume the place, leaving only the bright lights from the gas station to flicker.
Yeah, I believe it's because my keyboard at the time was bugging.
Yeah.
And I thought I took them all out.
No, yeah, that needs to be fixed. Nothing bad, just that needs the long copper hair. So this is always a little pet peeve of mine. I don't like the word seems. I usually try and cut it out whenever I find it. You don't need it.
That makes sense.
Well, because
I realize I write a lot of as if and
yeah.
seems.
I'm gonna copy and paste this, okay?
and I need to change it, but I usually don't know how.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna copy and paste it, and then I'll delete it once I'm done messing with it. Okay.
Okay.
I came a night like a shadow. Oops. I have
Something
Grammarly.
seems like something. Most of the time can just say something, something, and it
Yeah.
comes out just fine. Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's exactly my opinion. You can just say something is something. You don't have to say seems.
I mean, it seems the only way you need it. It's actually big or blurry. Gonna, gonna.
Let's see.
What's the word? I forgot.
Seemed. Let's see. View. Let's see. Let's see. Use it 4 times. Okay. Waxing. When the waxing moon hides. Okay. I like a shot. Okay. We have a tense violation here. Suddenly is also a word you can kind of turn off. Here's one you can also get rid of usually. That is often a filler word.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of filler words people use in normal speech, but in writing aren't needed. That makes sense. I think
Yeah.
it's because in my head, since I'm not a native speaker, I find it weird when I don't put it.
Well, okay, so here's the thing about filler words. They are polite. It's polite to use filler words. It's a sign of politeness in English to use filler words. But in writing, you should just be direct. You shouldn't.
You can put it, but in the reread you can ask yourself, is this word needed? Yeah, that makes sense.
That.
Something that I realize that I don't know how to properly use. I don't know how to call it. The symbol has like the period and the comma. What's called?
Semicolon. I believe.
Semicolon. Okay. I don't know how to use it in English.
It's. That's one of the things I do know how to use it, but when I have to explain it in words, it's a little hard for me. You'd be surprised how dyslexic I am in real life. Let's see. Okay.
Don't worry, my brother's dyslexic too, so I kind of understand.
Yeah. Okay.
But I would tell you what we use as oh my god, we use it as in Portuguese.
Yeah.
And you can tell me if it makes sense in English, okay?
Yeah. So, okay. Go ahead.
Well, like, it's when we use it when it's like there are a lot of ways we can use it. We use when it's a list or when like the thought is finished but not completed. Let's say like that. Like you finished a part but still another part to just talk about it. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, that does. 1 second. Let me. Let me see. I'm just gonna open up Hemingway's to give you see what Hemingway has to say. Okay. It's kind of when you're adding an idea, pretty much, if that makes sense. There we go. Okay, let's see. Adverbs. It came at night. The presence in dark seems. Watching you everywhere. Can't find. But it can't find it even if you.
For example, Sean mentioned suddenly when you write a word, you're trying to use it because something is sudden. For example, he was suddenly shot in between the eyes. When he got to the shot, so many words were before it that you already knew something was going to happen. It's no longer sudden. So you say he was shot between the eyes. They got the point, that's the sudden. You can make it even more sudden with a shot hit between his eyes. Now the shot range is immediate. Little run reached which get the count. That makes sense, but in my head, the sudden is because like they were doing something and like suddenly it happened.
Okay, let's see.
And so for the characters, it was sudden. But I don't know. And there are so many mistakes. I'm feeling quite.
No, don't worry. Don't worry.
Like bad, I guess.
Don't worry. I'm more frustrated with the way my program here is working. Right. 1 second. Don't save. You know, this used to be the greatest program. This little editor I had, and now it.
Yeah, for the cat, it was sudden. But if you just merely have it happen, it also is just sudden.
Okay. Let's go through each line.
I was walking down the road, and suddenly a piano fell in front of him.
Oh, by the way, Ashes, thank you for the follow.
Walking down the road, a piano crashed in front of him.
Wait, I forgot to thank you for the follow. Okay. Can you see my thing? Morning.
Okay, yeah, I can. Hey, Goga, how you doing?
Okay, it might. Oh my god. I swear. These text messages right now. It's doing things. Sorry. I'm just checking a bunch of stuff. Okay. So, this right here. You have some really strong descriptions here, but this is kind of a run-on sentence. The street is quiet with no sound of passing car. With no sound of passing cars, no teenagers who decided to secretly hang out with friends when they were supposed to be at home. And no sound of nature brushing through the dark trees in the forest surrounding the place. So this is a run-on sentence right here. If you see it, right? This is like two sentences that you should. This is like two.
It's kind of very static.
Yeah. Is it staticky? Can you hear me? I knew this would happen if I opened this program. I try to.
Yeah, a bit.
Can you hear it? Just static.
Ah, damn it! I knew this would happen if I did this. Okay. Okay. The street is quiet with no sound of passing cars. No teenagers. There's no teenagers. No. No teenagers. Her copper hair glowed. Oh yeah, I changed that. Her copper hair glowed in the artificial light inside. Oh, you don't need that. You can. It should be of. Her copper hair glowed in the artificial light of the small convenience store. She wore it down, adorned with small hair clips that sparkled. She moved her clothes. Were simple.
I have a question.
Okay, so this line is curious. Her clothes were simple and showed her importance among
What's
her friends.
the bad things about adverbs?
Oh, well, just people use them as filler too much. That's why people don't like adverbs. It's not that they're bad necessarily, it's just that people use them as filler too much.
That makes sense.
And generally you want to cut down on filler if you can. Okay, so this is a curious line. Her clothes were simple. Her clothes were simple and showed importance among her friend group. I'm not exactly sure what that means.
I meant it like she. I meant it like she used simple clothes, but they looked like rich, like Chanel or things like that, even though it weren't, if you paid attention to it. But people assumed they wore.
Okay, so that's not exactly clear. You know what I mean? Like the simple design of her clothes. She wore simple yet expensive clothes, or something like that.
Would it make it better if you just replace "and" with "the"?
Well, no, but because right now it feels like two separate thoughts that don't connect. It needs. Honestly, that sentence probably needs to be rewritten.
Yeah, I think so too. But I think I wrote it that way because I didn't know how to write it properly.
No. There's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it, but it's a good idea, but you just need to. It needs to be a little clearer, if that makes sense. Her white crop top showed her belly and body.
Yeah.
Showed her belly. Okay, she looked like. So is this a present? Is this in present or past tense? Because I may have been editing it to make it past tense, but if it's present tense,
It was supposed to. I don't know. I don't remember. I think I ended up like mixing both, if not mistaken.
yeah. So don't do that. You should pick one.
Like looking now,
Yeah.
I can see like some things there and plus some things on the. Yeah, I end up mixing both like a lot.
Don't do that. Keep it to one. Keep it to one. It'll make life easier for you.
Yeah, it's not like I don't do it on purpose.
No, that's fine. I do that mistake.
Noticing it.
I do that mistake all the time too. But just keep that in mind, I guess. How big her jacket was if she'd gotten from a bigger.
On a side note, something I try doing is asking myself when writing, is my reading stupid? If I think no, then you can probably remove words you think are clarifying, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes sense, but at the same time, I'm afraid that I don't make sense, when writing.
You're doing okay. Don't worry. By the way, Ref, I've seen a lot of writing from people who have English as a second language. Trust me. You're far ahead of everybody. You're far ahead of a lot of people. Trust me on this. It could see the frayed edges of the mini skirt, as whoever made it wasn't experienced enough. No, I actually kind of like that. So it's like the creature can like tell.
I could barely tell English was your second.
Yeah. You're doing good.
Yeah, I used it because I didn't want to show the gender of the creature.
Yeah.
Because like if I used the gender, people would already know. Since it's technically a fanfic, if I used the gender, people would already like assume who the creature was.
Yeah.
So I used it to like be able to disguise it a bit.
As whoever made it wasn't.
I could barely tell English was your second language. Oh, thanks so much. I'll see that as a compliment.
It saw the frayed edges of the mini skirt. Whoever made it wasn't experienced enough.
I'm already hungry. I should stop.
Experienced. Okay, well, whoever made it wasn't experienced. Working with. Okay. Could be seen. Okay. You do have a lot of adverbs. Oh, okay. Secret. The street is quiet with. I really like this opening paragraph. By the way, I think it's super strong. I think this is super strong. I think you have something really good here. It's so frayed edges. Okay.
Which one? The street is quiet one?
Yeah. I think that's a really. I think that's a really strong.
Be right back. Okay.
It's a bit of a run-on sentence, but the idea is super strong. You need to edit that just a little bit so that that's not a run-on. It seems you were kind of writing in present tense for most of what I'm looking at right here.
I don't know. I think so, but I'm not sure.
I mean, if that's what you're aiming towards, then you should just do that. That's very popular these days.
I think I end up mixing. I end up mixing both because sometimes like some sentences make more sense in past for me.
Yeah.
And like I don't properly know how to, in quotes, translate them to the present properly the same way. Does that make sense or no?
Well, this is just personal opinion, but I tend to prefer past just because I think it's simpler to write in, you know? But I know present tense is very popular these days, so it's like,
Yeah.
you know, so that's just me being like old. Oh. Silence. Okay. She tries to keep her voice level, but it doesn't matter. She tries to keep her voice level. Oh, yeah, that works. And not show how afraid she truly is. No, you don't need truly. You can get rid of that. She stops walking for... Okay, you don't... this is one thing you don't... this is a thing. She stops walking for 1 second. You know? You can just say, like, a second. You don't have to specify...
Yeah.
You don't have to
Instead of
specify...
a second.
Yeah, for a second.
Okay.
You don't have to specify how many seconds she stops for, you know? That's just not a thing you need to do.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I believe I used 1 second because in Portuguese I'm sorry if I keep like pointing out things in Portuguese.
That's fine.
But
That's
since
fine.
Portuguese is my first language, I end up like using some like structures.
Yeah.
In Portuguese, because like in my head, not saying that my head works in Portuguese because it doesn't. But like I have some sentences that I use that I know that they were originally Portuguese. So in Portuguese we say segundo, which means 1 second.
1
so
second.
I think that
I got
the
rated by
second
somebody.
came from
Hi,
that.
Coffee.
Because in Portuguese
Thank you for
it
the
would be
raid.
1 second, not a second.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No. English. Sorry, I'm just saying hi to people on my stream. Kind of got distracted, but no. I mean, if that works in Portuguese, but
Sorry for interrupting.
No. I was just saying hi to the coffee who rated me, and I probably ignored. Thank you for stopping by. No, that works like in Portuguese, but if that I don't speak Portuguese, so I'm going to take your word on that it works in Portuguese. But in English, it just feels weird to like specify how many seconds it is. You know what I mean? Like you don't really need to do that. You just need to say a second.
I figure.
A moment.
But I think that's one of the things, like I said, because in my head, since that sentence makes sense in Portuguese, my head automatically assumed that it made sense in English too.
Yeah.
I think that was the problem.
Yeah.
Like yesterday or something, I said a phrase in English that was fully Portuguese. So like it happens sometimes.
And there's nothing wrong with that, by the way. There's nothing wrong with that. But it's just, that's just life of learning English is just like, you're going to think in the grammar structure of your, native tongue for a while. But that's why I'm helping. That's why I'm here. Yeah, that's why I'm here. That's why I'm trying to. That's one of the things we can get rid of. Again, if I was gonna do
sounds like a location problem.
And I guarantee if I tried to write a book in Portuguese, I would run into the exact same issue in that a bunch of stuff I would say would sound weird and wouldn't make sense, Okay, the street is quiet with no... I really...
Yeah.
This is
But
all.
the weird thing is, I think in English. Like when I'm speaking English,
Yeah.
my mind changed to English.
Yeah.
So it makes no sense for me to be like speaking English and saying Portuguese saying.
Do you dream in English?
Yeah, I dream like I don't translate things. My mind like changes languages.
Yeah.
So when I'm like I have dreams in English, dreams in Italian, dreams in Portuguese and in Spanish.
Yeah.
But like I usually don't mix languages. My mind just changes languages.
I mean, they say that's the sign you're truly fluent is when you start dreaming in a language.
Yeah, but once, like 3 days ago, I started talking in English with my mom. Even though, like, she knows English, but she hasn't like speaking in like ears, so she doesn't know how to speak anymore. But she understands it, and I didn't even realize I was talking English with her, because like I changed the language middle like sentence.
Here, but the thing is, there is a difference between being able to speak a language and being able to write it effectively. Like, those are kind of two separate skills you're learning. She opens the door.
Yeah.
I don't like present tense. That's just a personal. Because I feel like this would sound so much better if she opened the door of the convenience store. I just think that would sound a little bit better, but if you're doing present tense, then you should stick to present tense.
Okay, she's localization.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I don't remember why I was writing in present tense. Can you look real quickly in the...
Yeah.
Wait, there are a lot of scenes in this one. Like in the next scene, the third scene. I don't know if it's in Portuguese or in Portuguese. If it's present or past.
Yeah.
I believe it's in present.
Yeah. She has a timid
No, it's in present. I don't know why I wrote it in present. Because I find like the past is easier to...
Yeah. Well, not that you have to do it. See, a thing I tend to do when I edit is like really like go like, well, I have a way of doing things I think is correct, and everybody should just follow my ideas. And I'm trying to really break myself of that habit. Yeah.
But that makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't know if the other one, the siren one, is in present or past.
From what I've seen, it's in past, but yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It could use clear signs of her use in her red. You could see the clear signs
I like present tense, but a lot of ing words make it feel past present, makes it feel weird. Yeah. And when do I know when an adverb is like should be cut it out or should be left in?
where in her.
You need to ask yourself, is
Yeah,
this
yeah.
and replace this? What that like? There is one that I don't know how I would change. Wait. I don't know where it is. Wait, what
This is another one that's a little weirdly written that I think you need to. her white crop top showed her belly and body silhouette. That's a tiny bit of a strange one. It could be.
I think I meant by that, like, you could see the silhouette of a body. I don't know. I think I meant, like, just say you could see the silhouette of a breast, but I felt awkward saying, like, yeah, you can see her breasts.
Well, feel free to say that. I mean, so like I'm a dude, and you know, one thing like they really talk about, like one thing that's really on my mind whenever I write female characters is the very first thing I should never do is bring up boobs. You know what I mean? Because it's classic, like, bad, straight, cis dude writing.
Yeah.
So. She turns long white hair, warm.
That's why I was afraid of doing it, of it looking, like, wrong.
Yeah. Well, if you don't think, here's my thought. If you don't think it's good writing, then why are you doing it?
Last year, more stepping into the flames. But here, the adverb, I don't know how I would change. The rhythmically.
Can you describe it rhythmically?
Leaving only the bright lights from the gas station to flicker rhythmically as if following an audible heartbeat.
You use as if a lot. That's a crutch I'm noticing for you as a writer.
I don't know how I would take it out. Yeah.
I'm just looking at the first little
Yeah, I lose a lot of as if.
That's a crutch that you should be aware of.
A heartbeat is a rhythm not needed. But like if I wrote leaving all of the bright lights from the gas station to flicker as if following an inaudible heartbeat, it would like seem to me that there's a heartbeat, but I think I'm just dumb.
No, you're not dumb. You're not dumb. This is editing. This is what editing makes you feel dumb. I felt very dumb when I got it when somebody was editing my thing a few days ago. I mean, honestly, taking out the as if rhythm, the lights flickered rhythmically to a heartbeat is, I think, pretty strong writing. I think that's a pretty strong descriptive sentence that feels very like. That feels like a really good bit of writing right there. You know what I mean? That's what's the word, Ashes? That's personification. That's some decent personification.
Like there's a lot of heavy lifting compared to a heartbeat and not saying it is.
Yeah.
But the thing with like for me is that it makes me feel like I know that I say a lot of like, but writing like for me makes it resemble like speaking.
And that's perfectly fine in dialogue.
And I don't know, it makes me feel like it's not as well written.
Yeah. So
yeah, but in the prose.
Yeah. So you can usually get rid of likes, and if you need to, as is a decent comparison, it can usually fill in for a like pretty easily.
believe that's why I have been using a lot of as if, because I didn't want to write like.
Just use as. Just use as. You don't need as if. Kind of makes it.
But when I'm using similes or comparisons using like or as, can create vivid imagery and emotional impact.
Yeah. As if, by the way, is kind of makes it sound like Valley Girl from like the 80s. That's Valley Girls would use as if a lot. So as if. As if. So this last paragraph right here you have, she stops.
If you're comparing like, it's fine in real.
Yeah. But she stops walking for a second. When she does,
I'm sorry
she can
for
see.
interrupting.
Okay, I just want to point out. Yeah, this is very run-on-y. Maybe she could go back to the gas station. She could call her dad, tell him that she is going to be late. He could ask someone for a ride. Yeah, this is like three sentences all combined into one. You know what I mean? She stops walking for it.
Yeah, I feel like I have a problem with like commas too.
Again, that's fine. By the way, you have very common problems. These are all very. Almost anytime I've ever looked at anybody's drafts, this is a thing people run into a lot. So don't worry. And for fan fiction,
Something that I keep like always thinking about, because in Portuguese,
yeah,
in writing like tips in Portuguese, I don't know if you all use these tips in English or not.
Yeah.
But we say that if you're still talking about the same thing, you should use a comma instead of a period. And I feel that's why I keep using commas, because in my head, like I'm still talking about the same thing. So let me just use a comma. And I know that I need to shorten my sentences and use more periods, but in my head I'm almost like, but I'm still talking about the same fucking thing. I should use a comma.
So, yeah, see, this is again maybe a translation. This is like ESL thing. Yeah, so yeah, I would say that when you finish a thought, that's the end of a sentence usually. And if you're talking about the same like general, that's a paragraph. You know what I mean? Like maybe she should go back to the gas station. She could call her dad and she could tell him she is going to be late. He could ask some. Yeah, that feels like a paragraph. That feels like a sentence to me. He could ask someone for a ride. Maybe she can keep walking. And the lights will turn on by themselves. That's a period. That's a sentence. The weird feeling of being watched was. I'm going to add it. I'm going to do something terrible. I'm going to add an adverb here. Probably. Last night. Okay. I misspelled a word, John. I'm just going to fix it. So, okay. It's not exactly to the... I feel like the longer I have this program open, I'm going to kill my computer. So, I'm just going to close it. It is not properly optimized for where it should be. Sure. I mean, I feel like I'm doing editing of your thing. If you, we could do a whole trade. We can do a whole trade. You guys want to look at my first chapter? It's only fair. It's only fair. I made.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean it's only fair. You had to go through it, so why don't I have to go through it? You know, it's only fair that I offer, you know, do the same for you. Like, okay, I'm just gonna message you more. Oh well, I'm gonna invite you to my server, and I'll add you as a friend. Okay, I'm sending you a version where I did some editing of your thing. It's not totally edited to the point where I would be.
Okay. Don't just say it late, only 5:30, and go to sleep, Ashes.
Go to bed. Go to bed. Go to bed. We could do more, but let me explain what the different colors are. The red are very long sentences. The yellow are kind of long sentences.
Okay.
The blue are adverbs. And okay. The blue are adverbs, and the green is passive voice.
And when do I know that the passive voice is
Oh my god, it's so
for the sentence?
It's so annoying. Passive voice always sneaks in, and it never it always generally you want to avoid passive voice as much as possible.
But why do?
It just doesn't sound as good. It just doesn't sound as good. That's the real answer. It sounds very hedging. It just sounds very like it's like you're constantly asking for permission. Basically, is the way I always think of it. It's like, is this okay? Is this okay that we're doing this? Okay. That sounds better. That sounds better.
Passive voice or gives less impact.
Yeah.
The person who is doing the action kind of just happening, which is fine if that's what you want.
Yeah.
But in that phrase, like, wait, I don't. Where is it? Wait, let me find it again. I don't know.
If she arrived late, her dad wouldn't be mad. I won't let her go tomorrow. Dad, I would be mad. I won't let her go tomorrow. With her friends, it's something she couldn't afford to risk. She couldn't risk. There we go. Yeah, it's fine, but it's also usually you want to avoid it. She strolls around as
Yeah, and then ads again.
Boo.
Can I have? Gonna watch it. No Asian noodles.
Oh no, I hate ads. You paying me, making
Look,
like
look,
2
look.
cents.
And now McDonald's. Okay, it ended. We are back.
Next. In the dark. In the forest dark. No, that sounds bad. Okay. I sent you a link. This is a document with some edits I made. Feel free to use it, or feel free to use it. You don't have to. Feel free to use it. You don't have to if you don't want to.
Thanks so much.
This used to be like that program I have used to be like the best program, and it still works. But anyways, sorry. How long have I been on? This is probably much more interesting than what I was planning to do, which was just some basic editing of a few ads, which is boring.
I kind of like entered this in your stream and kind of like ruined it all, I guess.
No, it's fine. I'm having much more fun. I'm having much more fun doing talking to you than just like just like staring at a blank piece of paper, going like, I can't come up with anything. I can't come up with anything. Yeah. But by the way,
it's too awake, man.
What? Yeah. No, I mean, that's
Ashes is too awake.
Yeah, yeah, they're on my stream. I see Ashes right now over at my stream.
It's Ramadan. We don't think of sleep schedules. It's in. Okay.
Oh, yes. No, but you're doing good. Trust me. You have interesting like ways with like you have interesting turns of phrase and descriptions that I really like. You just it's just editing. Look at the puppies. Look at the puppies. Bark, 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 bark. Bark, bark. Bark, 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 bark. Any other things you want to look at?
But I need to put if you I think at the moment no.
Okay.
But I realize I need to put more emotion in my writing. And now I realize I forgot to answer one of Ash's questions like a long time ago.
Long time ago. Still. Anyways, how's it going, Bat? Good to see you.
Have you tried writing Portuguese when you're stuck? Might refresh how you're writing, how you're thinking.
Yeah. I mean, that's not a bad idea.
I can do that because like yeah, it's not. But like I said, my mind changes completely languages.
Yeah.
So if I go back to Portuguese, I won't go back to English anymore. I will stay in Portuguese for the rest of like the thing,
Yeah.
and that wouldn't be nice.
I'm good. I got somebody over.
Yeah, I will show you all.
We have a buddy on.
That I did fast in Portuguese.
Ezryn.
And like,
hey, Bat. I know you have a Twitch account. If you want to follow Ez, they are getting close to like 50 followers over on Twitch. I think we can get you to.
another thing you could try, and I say this because I think your biggest struggle is localizing Portuguese into English, is to try turning your strange phrases from Portuguese into a unique writing style. Having proper grammar and some rules is good, but IMO styles is more important. If you can make the style work and flow, it might actually fit you and make your writing stand out in a positive way.
Yeah.
There's a hard thing to concretely give feedback on how to do though.
I mean, have you ever read Cormac McCarthy? Ashes.
I'm afraid of not doing it. Alright.
Have you ever read Cormac McCarthy?
Oh my god. Fuck. Oh my god. Thanks so much for the follow, the battery. That scared me.
Yay! A raid!
Thanks for the raid. Oh my god, that scared me. Hi, how you doing? How was this stream? It scared me, man. Gonna send you all.
You're 2 followers away from 50.
Sean. Gonna send.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sean, the link. Yeah. And when I reach it, I'm gonna do a 24-hour stream. So I'm gonna suffer. But
I mean, you're getting close already.
now, the link that I changed it, that I sent it to you now, it's one that I wrote first in Portuguese and then just like translated it. So it's like Google translated stuff. It's not like me translating it because I can't translate. Sorry to rage and run. I gotta get Gina and Slave. We'll come and chat again soon. Oh, sure! Thanks so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Have a nice dinner and like good night. But in this text, like I said, I didn't translate shit because it was so fucking long and I'm horrible translating. And I was like, let me just put it on Translate Google and that's it. On the next chapter, I will probably write it.
Sure. 1 sec. Oh, wait, who's? Oh, ooh, no, sorry, I screwed up on something. Nope. Oops. Not my. Sorry, I screwed up on something on my end. I'm posting you to my friend, to all my my friends' Discords who I know will give you a follow. Who might give you a follow.
Thanks so much.
One second. One second. Okay, and I'm gonna post you on the YouTube channel. post on the YouTube channel, and then we are good. And you know what? I'll put a thread out about you. This is as far as my reach can go. Okay.
But I really appreciate it. Thanks so much.
Oh, thank you, Fighting Sloth. Good to see you. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it immensely. Sorry, I have a few people from all over the internets. Okay. I think we can get you. There's a little part of me that thinks we can maybe get you to 50 today, but we'll see. Possibly to 49.
But oh my. Ashes wants the 24-hour stream. He keeps like telling me to play Valorant in League. And I don't know how to play Valorant at all.
Okay, I posted you everywhere conceivably. I think I could pressure friends to follow you. Okay.
It's a little pressuring, I guess.
Hey, it works. It works. You'd be surprised how far you get by just asking people to do stuff for you. Okay. Yeah, if you want to share that, feel free to. Layla, if you're still here, hey.
You know.
Oh, Cormac McCarthy, sorry. Very important writer, won the Pulitzer Prize a little while back.
Now I'm craving McDonald's.
Dead now.
I'm in the middle of like the no McNoodles. No Asian noodles, I think. Asian noodles, yeah. Now I'm hungry.
God, I'm hungry too. Oh, shit. Sorry, I just realized. I have 16 viewers over on Kick. Wow, thank you.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Pasta ramen noodles, jingle jingle. Next time that appears, I'm gonna show you. Okay, Ashes.
I'll show you too. Well. Oh! Wait, what? Did I? Sorry, I just realized something. Oh my god! Seriously? Oh! Bat!
What happened?
Sorry, no, something just happened on my end. Bat, thank you so much! I just got verified on Kick. I can start making money from it. Thank you, Bat. You got me over the limit. Wow, thank you so much.
It's fantastic. Congratulations.
Yeah. I mean, Kick is maybe one of the most sleazy sites, but but they do pay a lot more than Twitch does. So thank you, Bat, so much. Now to get verified on YouTube, and then I can get verified in all 3 places I stream to. Okay, you want to share that thing you were going to share?
Yeah, I sent it on your.
Oh, I see it. Okay.
Your stream, the comments.
Yeah, yes, I see it. I see it. Ah, sorry, I got very distracted.
But like I said, it's fully translated. I didn't do shit. It was Google Translated.
Yeah. The air held a charismatic aroma of gunpowder.
I'm horrible translating stuff, and I got like quite lazy.
Yeah. It's funny. It's like there's 3 people in your head. You know, there's like an English. Somebody can speak. That's. Somebody can speak English. Somebody can speak Portuguese. Somebody can speak Italian. The air held a charismatic.
What do you mean?
Well, it's funny to think. It's like you can speak all 3 languages, but you can't really translate them. If that makes sense. So it's like
no, I can't. That's why I said that my mind it fully like changed to the language I'm talking to.
Yeah. The air held a charismatic aroma of gunpowder, which ran through everyone's nostrils like a razor.
Like I'm thinking to in.
By the way, great opening right there. That's a great opening. The air held a charismatic aroma. A little bit of editing, but I love that imagery right there of gunpowder, which ran through everyone's nostrils like a razor, moving and slicing, looking for the smallest cuts. That's a great opening line. Great imagery right there. You got some really good imagery right there. To be able to turn itself, but then, yeah, it runs on for a little bit. Turn itself apart from them, making it hard to remove for days. Walks through the environment.
Yeah.
But that's great opening. That's great imagery. That's great opening. That's a great imagery. You got something strong there. Smell walks through the environment like a constant poison, with increasing intensity, being part of the vehemence of the battle. Being just part of the vehemence. Accompanied by this, there is a small constant. Can it? Fire from the boat. Important questions that should be ignored by him for now. The smells occur. Fire in the hole. Hold on. Bursting into dancing to seduce horses. Okay. See, okay, this is a problem with the constant commas you're doing. I lose my place when I'm reading them, and I keep having to go back. You know? He leaned on the doorpost next to him. Sorry, also a little tired. He leaned on the doorpost next to him, moving away from the large object ricocheting behind him, as if engrossed in a dance. The intensity of the sea worsens as if Ibris, the ocean creatures usually sent by the ocean god, and Davy Jones themselves were fed up with the battle being fought. He held his pistol in his right hand too tightly, a premature projection driven by the certainty that he wants to be prepared in case for the battle gets worse. His eyes fell on the vessel next to him. He didn't have time to read his name, but his methods replicate those of the sea serpent. Yeah. You don't need this many commas. I don't think. Fear runs down his nose like a light blanket.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah. Because it kind of feels like you're kind of exhausting the audience by the time you get through a paragraph. You know? But then again, this is a chaotic sea battle. So maybe that's not the wrong emotion to go for it in a situation like this. You know? That might be an okay method to say everything. But that might be okay to do. You know what I mean? I'm not unconvinced of it. You remain there. Sorry, I'm also a little bit tired, so you must forgive me on that. You remained there at the bow, analyzing the boat, looking for the weaknesses, hoping all the secrets would appear to him as a blessing from above. I mean, I think this is decently strong writing. If I'm a little bit tired, I must admit, so if maybe I was a little bit had more energy, I would be have a little bit more coherent notes, but his left hand changed position. No longer focusing.
I'm back. I had an ad.
No, it's fine. I honestly, I do not use Archive of Your Own. What is this hide creator style thing? What is this? I'm just curious. Nothing. It does nothing. I don't understand what that is.
I'm entirely there. I think it's because I didn't do anything different. But if I'm not mistaken, people can put different
I mean, we're giving
appearances
you
and stuff.
We're giving you some notes here, but I'm looking at these comments. And people are seeming to like it. So clearly the audience is gelling to it. So I don't think. I know you're anxious to be perceived.
Yeah.
I know you're anxious about a lot of these sorts of things, but I think you're doing fine. There's always stuff we can improve. There's always stuff we can fiddle with, but I think you're doing fine. Sorry. Tired.
But I want you to write better. Because I don't consider myself... Don't worry. I don't consider myself a fanfic writer. I consider myself an inspiring writer. So, I don't want to get stuck to the fanfic kind of writing. Does that make sense?
That 100% makes sense to me. That is a very reasonable thing to want, I think.
So I want to improve, but I feel like I'm being highly critical, but I feel like people in the fanfic world, if something is kind of well written, they usually say it's brilliant written,
Yeah. What I would say, I think this is a good instinct you have about wanting to constantly challenge yourself to be better. And here's the thing, I think you're aware, I find people tend to be aware of what their flaws are, and it's just kind of about accepting what your flaws are, right? Because you kind of set it out right first. You have a tendency to write sort of analytically.
Yeah.
But also, that is such a common flaw. So many people do that. I do that all the time. Because, we're fundamentally taught to, be I feel like in school we're fundamentally taught to write in that mode of just like analyzing thing. We're not, and creative writing is a whole new skill we have to learn. So here's my thought process, at least for you. Remember, we always have to kind of go back to the emotion of what the character is feeling at the time. Remember that the emotional journey is the important journey, and usually exposition works better if you focus on the relationship between the how new information affects the character. Does that make sense? I'm sorry, I'm just so tired.
Yeah, it does make sense.
Yeah. And if I had a little bit more energy, I would be very willing to go and further. We could look at some of your stuff in further depth, but I am quite tired. But don't worry, you're on a.
You should go to sleep. And thanks so much for the help. I really appreciate it.
Sleep is dumb. Do you guys want to look at my thing? Yeah. Sleep is dumb. We don't need it. It was good talking to you.
But I think like, is Ashes still up?
What?
I've never heard of her.
No, Ashes is still up. Ashes is still up.
Is Ashes? I think he's up.
Yeah, I was about to make a reference to something, but then I remember the author is a bit of a problem nowadays, so I'm not going to.
Her name begins with a J and ends with a G. Just kidding.
Yeah. But I think you're doing fine. But you don't want to. No, I was actually going to reference starts with an N and ends with a
I just said
min, but I don't want to bring him up. But yeah, J.K. Rowling also a big. What's going on with the British? What's going on with British fantasy writers these days? Why are they all weird?
I just said start with a J and ends with a rolling.
Yeah. Oh, what are you talking about? I'm somebody who hasn't been on Twitter since 2010. I assume J.K. Rowling is still totally normal and hasn't had a weird turn where she's gone on a quite hateful rampage and is now hanging out with like neo-Nazis and shit. That didn't happen, right? That isn't occurring.
Like, can I be kind of hypercritical of her?
Go ahead, feel free.
Or would it be too much?
Oh, I don't give a shit about J.K. Rowling. You might a few people might. I don't care. Go
Okay.
Ahead. Go ahead.
So as someone that I will give you the context first. That I used to really like Harry Potter. I still really like Harry Potter, but I hate her. And I always noticed that there was something weird with the series. For example, what the fuck is a name they're both surnames? That's not a fucking Asian name.
I know, that's so ridiculous. What's the
And
there's another really terrible name. There's another really terrible name because it's all black stereotypes.
yeah, there's another one. Like
Shackley Kingsford is another really bad one.
She. Yeah, that one's horrible too.
Yeah, because
Another example is that I think that she did like a list of possible names or something for people,
yeah.
and like on Twitter, people ask like, "Oh, is there any like Jew character?" And she will look through her list of names and choose the most Jewish one.
Yeah.
Like for example, there's one, I believe his name is Ernie Goldenstein or something like that. That's the Jewish character is named Ernie Goldstein. Like, man.
What are you talking? But Rev, what are you talking about?
So,
Bro,
like,
what are you talking about? Yeah, there's plenty of Jewish characters. Did you not see all the really anti-Semitic stereotypes they included?
I was about to say that. The Green Goblins are pretty much like supposed to be Jews.
It's like
and then like she has a lot of other things that she does that makes no sense.
It's fucking like Nazi era characters.
Basic stuff, and it gets worse.
Yeah, it's like Nazi era characters. Yeah. Like, what the fuck is that shit?
Like, man.
It's like long nosed.
Time since before we knew she was shit.
Yeah.
Since before her she turned evil, we could already see that there were things weird with the series.
Yeah. Or it's like, or the whole weird slave thing. Where, like, slavery is good, actually?
Yeah.
What the
And she, like... Yes, and she made, like, Hermione, the only one that was against it, looks like she's, like, dumb or crazy for not liking it.
And in the play... Hermione is cast as a black woman. So I feel like...
Yeah.
There might... I don't know, that maybe a black woman having issues with people keeping slaves says a lot about something. And then the fact that she's considered stupid and ridiculous for this... It's so
yeah,
dumb.
but something that I think annoys me a lot about her is that like she finished her series and would retcon stuff to make them more like not her point of view, because I see that if she published it as it was, that was her point of view. But like she created stuff to make them more like she wanted to be more. How do I say it? Like for example, Dumbledore being gay. An example from like old times, from the beginning of the shit she did.
Yeah.
Yeah, progressive. Yes.
Progressive is usually the word we use.
If she really wanted for him to be gay, she would have done it from the start.
Yeah.
But she didn't. She published the book as if he was straight. And then she ended up saying that he was gay. And then, like, there was the movie that showed him with the guy he's supposed to be the love of his life.
Yeah.
And they had no gay shit in it.
Can I throw out something?
I'm not talking as someone that likes reading gay stuff. Yeah. But, like, how can it be... Yeah.
Okay. The movies... Doesn't it kind of feel like the only reason we didn't get the prequel series wasn't about a young Dumbledore was because she said he was gay? Like, doesn't it feel like the only reason, like, the protagonist of the
Yeah.
prequel series wasn't Dumbledore?
And she didn't want like the movies.
Yeah. So it's why, like, Newt was the protagonist?
Yeah, it's because of this. An example of that.
Because,
yeah,
like, here's the thing.
Something that proves that
Yeah.
was that, like, he in the movie he meets his, like, in the movie he meets the villain is the love of his life, allegedly.
Yeah. Like,
and like they
Yeah.
had scenes together, but they have no romance. And it was her who wrote the fucking script.
Exactly. Like, but, like, the thing is, like, I feel from the beginning, the reason, like, because it would make sense to me that Dumbledore would be the main character of the prequel series. You know? And I feel like the only reason they didn't do that was because he was gay.
Yes.
And, like, the thing is, I actually, like,
Yeah.
I like Newt as a character. I think Newt's a pretty fun character. But he was such the wrong protagonist for that story that they were trying to tell. Newt didn't make sense as the protagonist of that story. Like, I like the idea.
I agree.
Like, if Newt was just, like, had his
In my opinion,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Because I watched those fantastic... I watched the first... I watched the
I
Fantastic
don't know if
Beasts.
you were there during our discussion.
Yeah. But my thing about the Fantastic Beasts is, like, where were the
About
Fantastic
Pirates
Beasts?
of the Caribbean.
Yeah?
Or not.
No, I wasn't. Where are the Fantastic Beasts? I want to find them.
Yeah. But, like, for me, Newt, it's like... yeah, me too, mate. But, like, for me, Newt is like Captain Jack Sparrow.
Yeah.
He's a good character, but he's not supposed to be the main character. He's a secondary character that we watched a lot, let's say, like that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Jack... Man.
But, like, they made him the main character.
Yeah. Well, because he was the most
And that makes no
popular
sense.
character. But to me, like, Newt makes sense as, like, a character of the protagonist of a different story. Like, he doesn't really make sense as, like, the protagonist of, like, a story about war, you know? He makes sense as, like, more of, like, an Indiana Jones-esque character who travels the world.
Yeah.
Trying to document, like, strange and fantastic beasts. Like, I'd like that. Like, the best scene in the first Fantastic Beasts movie is when they do the Fantastic Beasts. Like, when they go into... Like, the best scene is when they go into his, like, briefcase. And they see all the monsters. That was cool. That was fun. I was so bored with the rest of the movie because I was like, where are the Fantastic Beasts?
Yes.
I want to find the Fantastic Beasts. No, it wasn't! Ashes, it was not about the Fantastic Beasts!
Something I think happened.
Hey TL, good to see you! Sorry, the people on my stream. Only the
Something that I think
first one!
happened was that J.K. Rowling went through the list of characters that she had from the... She saw she didn't have not a lot from, like, the era, and, like, realized that she released once a book, like, years ago about Fantastic Beasts.
Yeah.
That was released by a character that she made, and she went like, yeah, he could be lived at the time and created a movie around him.
Well, the thing is, the logical protagonist of the Harry Potter prequel series was Dumbledore. He would have been the logical protagonist of the prequel series. But
yes.
But
yeah.
They didn't want a gay protagonist. And that's the long and short of it. Even though the entire series is about him and his family.
Yeah. Unfortunately. But, like, I like Newt and everything.
Yeah, but that's the thing. The Newt kind of gets, like, squeezed into the protagonist role. And he would make sense as a protagonist of a different movie. more of a like an adventure Indiana Jones sort of thing. You know?
Yeah, and I feel like I would rather have watched. I believe most like fans would too, if it wasn't like a nude movie, even though I really like him, but it was Marauders,
Yeah.
because everyone keeps like asking for her to write a book about them or like a movie or something, and she
Yeah.
never released it.
Yeah, but the logical protagonist is Dumbledore.
And like it makes more sense because it's more linked to a Harry Potter story.
Yeah, but again, the whole
Yeah.
problem is the logical protagonist is Dumbledore, and she doesn't want to do that because of the society is bad.
I think she's fake progressive.
Yes. I agree. Well,
Another thing that bothered me a lot was that during the when she first released the books,
yeah.
she kept like writing stuff like Hermione's pale face or white face or something
Yeah.
like that, and like after the musical, I don't know if it was musical, the theater thing.
It's a play.
Was released.
It's not a musical.
She said like, "Oh, I never thought she was white, even though she did."
No, that's such bullshit because Hermione was supposed to be her. She said on multiple occasions Hermione was supposed to be like her
Yeah.
like a version of her anyways. Yeah. No, I don't know. It's like the thing about it is Rowling had it's hard to like praise her now because it's like when people say shitty things, it's hard to be like nice. But Rowling tapped into something real, and
Yeah.
then but one, she's never achieved that level of success again, and you know, I also think
I have a theory
yeah.
that what happened was due to the time.
Yeah.
Like I think I'm being. Oh my god. Thanks for the follow, Tio Mortal.
Thanks, Tia.
Tio Mortal. That scared me. It always scares me. Oh my god.
You know what's funny?
But continuing my point.
Yeah.
I have a theory that Harry Potter only.
I mean, yeah. Go on. They're PC blue. Oh no. Oh no. I have to do some writing of my own today. How's everybody doing, by the way? No, it's not an actual documentary, but it should be like to like get my little point. It should be, yeah. That's what I'm saying. She never reached that level, but she's a billionaire and she had all the success in the world. But what I mean is creatively, she never reached the level of success she had with Harry Potter. I think, you know, there's a lot of things I think Harry... Yeah, they did. I still got them up. Yeah. How's it going, Tia? Good to see you. Rowling hurt you. She has too much power. I don't think we ever talked about the... Fine, I don't care. Yeah. I don't care. She wrote a book about being a TERF. That was literally the next book she wrote. She wrote a book about being a TERF. That's already a book that's out there. She has that Private Eye series. Probably. I don't know. It's a murder mystery where it's a murder mystery where it's an evil transsexual. I don't get what, like, anyways. I don't like, not a fan of JK. I tend to not really think about her, because I was never, like, that big of a fan. Yeah, usually. I mean, like, there's been some there's been good writers who are, like, right-wing people. It's not impossible to be a good right-wing writer. It's not impossible to be somewhat conservative and be a good writer, but it's not impossible to be somewhat conservative and be a good writer, but I think it's not impossible to be somewhat conservative.
I think I'm back.
Welcome back, but it's...
I'm not sure.
I was thinking, there's a Japanese writer I like who,
Yeah, I'm back.
Yeah. Well, that's literally what she wrote, though, Ashes. She literally wrote that book. Welcome back. Yeah. No, I'm thinking of a specific writer I read. And I read him because I didn't read him because he was conservative, but he is conservative. He was conservative in real life, but he was interesting enough. He was a gay. He was a gay Japanese conservative, or not, possibly bi, conservative writer who committed seppuku at the Imperial Palace, and he's a good writer, even though he is definitely very conservative. And I was he was an interesting person to read about. Yeah.
I think I'm back.
Hey, welcome back. Yeah.
Yay, thank you. My Wi-Fi decided to silence me.
Yeah. It's working for Rowling. Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, you can't, I don't think you can be a good writer for that. Well,
I think it is.
Well, because, like, a good writer usually is an empathetic writer, and to some form or degree. And a writer who writes, like, who just hates groups of people. Why is this blocked?
Talking about hate,
Yeah.
like,
oh yeah,
this Slytherin hate that she had since the beginning was proof that she was a hateful person.
Yeah.
But like, no one listened to the Slytherins when we talked about that.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry. About, yeah.
But like, continuing my point.
Sorry, Ashes has just come into hit a word I
Real
have
quickly.
blocked. The reason I blocked that is because people use that to start arguments, so I blocked that so people aren't allowed to use that to start arguments. Okay. Anyways, go on.
Continuing my point, I think that the popularity of Harry Potter was due to the era that was released, because there was already the internet, like places where fans could meet, but there was still a need to go to the library to pick up the books. So like going to the library during the release day turned into an event where like people went to dress up and meet friends and things like that. So I think that's due to that, like it was already popular among the readers, but like the sensation and it turned into like buying a book in the day of the release, dressed with the clothes and stuff, made non-readers interested in the book too.
Yeah.
And J.K. Rowling was one of the first writers that didn't have problems with fanfic. And being like, I know that I am a fanfic writer and I'm a fanfic reader, but like but usually writers don't like fanfics. They usually like a lot of like writers before J.K. Rowling used to like send cease and desist and like try to go on the legal route to stop the fanfic. Whilst J.K. Rowling, instead, she okayed it. She said she liked the fanfics, and because of that, people started writing more fanfics in the Harry Potter universe. And until now, it's one of the most, it's one of the books and things with the most fanfics. And I know that it's not normal to say the fanfic helped the popularity of the book, but it did. Because she allowed the fanfics to exist.
Bro, I'm going to throw something out even more incendiary. I think Harry Potter was almost perfectly designed for fanfics to be written about it. So I've had a theory for a long time that part of the reason Harry Potter succeeded is it's very easy to insert yourself into the world of Harry Potter. Like, think about it. Like, it gives you a personality test. You can you can pretty easily slip yourself into the world of Harry Potter. It's like everybody can be like part of Hogwarts very easily. And everybody can write their own stories, imagine themselves as a student at Hogwarts very easily. Because all you got to say is, well, I was, you weren't one of the main ones. You were another student off doing their own things. Like Harry Potter is very much so Harry Potter is very much a power fantasy character. He's because in his real life, in his normal everyday life, he's a poor boy who everybody hates and nobody thinks is smart or cool. But actually, he's super powerful and super rich, and he's already a celebrity in the secret other world. So it's this kind of classic. It's a very classic power fantasy, where it's about a kid who nobody loves, is secretly the best at everything.
Yes.
But nobody picks up on. I don't know.
It's a Mary Sue. Just kidding.
Yeah. Harry Potter is an easy
like
Ashes. Harry Potter is an easy.
What bothers me about the series is that.
Yeah.
Like there is nothing outside from Hogwarts.
Yeah.
Like she says that things exist, but they don't. They only exist because of Hogwarts.
Yeah, no, it's the world building is so flimsy and shoddy. It's amazing. The fact that there's 6 schools for the entire world of magic is hilarious. It's like,
yeah, man. Wait, I need to rant about that. Do you know what's the fucking name of the Latin America one?
Yeah, what is it? I know it's something stupid.
Castelo Bruxo. Castelo Bruxo. It means wizarding castle.
So yeah, okay. Ash has just said something over on my stream. That I think I can make a case for that Ashes being one, but that's hilarious. That's absolutely hilarious. Jesus, wizarding cast. I know the Japanese one is also really bad. But it's like, there's one for South America, one for all of Asia, I believe.
That makes no sense.
All of Asia?
Yeah, it has one for Latin America, one for Asia, one for Russia, one for Africa, United States, then like Britain, and then there is the French one.
Of course,
and
of course.
The one where Crumb was a student for, Darmstrang. And like Europe has 1,000.
Yeah, of course Europeans get like 5, and all of Africa gets 1. What is the Africa one? I forget what the African one is called. African
and, like,
Wizarding
she did
School.
some fucking stuff that made no sense. Like the Africa one, she said like they didn't need the wands because they had power without it. Even though she says it somewhere, I believe it was one of the books she released afterwards, like as one of the books that the people read, that she pretty much called those that don't use like wands barbaric, and she made the African people not use wands. And then the Russian ones don't use like what's the word? The one the thing they fly with. I forgot the name for it. And we usually use it to clean the floors.
Oh, they use flying carpets.
Yeah, the brooms. Yeah, she decided. The brooms. They decided that the Russians don't use brooms. They use fucking like trees. They fucking take trees outside from like the floor and from the earth and decide to like fly with them.
Yeah. She's not great at this. But of course, like the Europeans, like they get 3 or 4 because like that's the sort of person Rowling is. It's like, well, yes, but Europe is like the best, right? They're the best, so they get a bunch. And the Africans, they get 1.
She pisses me off, man.
I don't know. It's like, I don't know. I tend to dislike secret world fantasies. And what I mean by that is I don't mind them, but my least favorite plot point in a fantasy story is where suddenly everybody becomes obsessed with keeping the secret world secret. And I feel like Harry Potter falls into this trap of eventually that's all the story is about. It's like, well, we have to keep this world secret from the normies, you know? And I feel like that's like such a boring storyline.
Yeah.
I don't care about that storyline. Don't do that. Fantasy writers don't.
Explanation for why they don't tell the Muggles.
Yeah. It's dumb. It's dumb.
Makes no sense.
And here's
it's
the
like,
thing.
oh, if we tell them, they will ask us to use like magic to help them cure like things.
Yeah, we would, and that would make a lot of sense too. In fact, it almost seems kind of shitty that they don't. Like, if you really think about it, like...
Yes.
Yeah, it's like
if you think in the universe, for like the...
Like, let me throw something out here.
For the Muggles, people keep disappearing and dying during the whole fucking war. And they don't know why.
Yeah. It's like, here's the thing. Like, if you were writing, like, an urban fantasy, secret world fantasy thing, I don't need you to really explain why your magic people didn't help out in World War II. That's fine. You don't need to actually address that. But the thing is, she needed to address it and, like, explain why they couldn't, like, stop the Holocaust. And I'm like, okay, it seems like you could have stopped the Holocaust, and you brought it up.
Ed.
It's like, I don't need, like, my escapism fantasy series to, like, tackle the horrors of the Holocaust, you know? Like, that's fine. You don't need to do that. That's fine. You don't actually need to do that. It's fine. But if you're going to well, Tio, this gets into a long discussion, but there is the Thule Society that a lot of Nazis were also members of, and that's where we get a lot of occultism mixed with World War II for that reason. But also, Tio, the important distinction with Hellboy is really, really cool and holds up really, really well.
I want to hear our medicine rant real quick about, like, Nazis.
Yeah. Not a fan of the Nazis.
So, do y'all know why physicians use the white coats?
No, why?
Because of fucking Nazis. They they used to not use white coats. They used to, like, to use normal clothes because, like, there was no need to use white coats. They used normal coats. And when Nazis started experimenting on people, they used white clothes. I forgot the name, even though I will say it now. Because, like, they were scientists first and, like, physicians second. So, like, they had the white coats because they were scientists doing experiments. But because of that, it became common, and now everyone uses white coats.
Yeah.
But it was a Nazi thing.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see.
In the Harry Potter universe, the German wizarding school is the Darmstrang Institute of Magical Learning, located in the far northern reaches of Europe, known for its focus on dark arts and its reputation for being a tough masculine school.
Yeah. Yeah. So I tend to
Here
be...
is, if a chemical is burned, the hem of the coat, you can see it clearly on white. Yeah, but, like, Theo, that makes sense for scientists. Why are physicians still using them? And I don't know if you know, because you weren't here when I said it, but I am a med student. I'm giving this rant as a med student that's against the white coats. In my uni, we don't use white coats.
Yeah. Okay, I'm just reading. Okay.
Our, like, clothes are red.
It was John. Okay, remarkably the progression was Okay, remarkably the progression was documented in 1889. Operating theater masterpiece, the Andrew Clinic from the University, with assistants wearing white, suggesting okay. So we have the first instance of white clothes being worn in 1882 in a painting called the Andrew Clinic. I need.
I just remember
This is.
I like in my first year of my school we had a whole semester only about ethics and like medicine, and like 3 lessons were all about nurses, and there was a lot of shit that they did wrong.
Oh yes. I'll throw this out there. The rumor that like the Nazis through their experiments like advanced medical science is not real. That's not a real thing. They didn't actually. In fact, a lot of their findings were almost totally useless.
Yeah. The only thing that kind of like was okay, but not really, was the anatomy book that they created.
Yeah.
But like it's not good.
No, it's
because like they did horrible things to the Jews and to the cadavers.
Mm-hmm. So the earliest instance we have of initially doctors
can't use them anymore.
So initially doctors actually wore black to be like priests apparently. I'm just reading from science. But we actually have evidence that doctors started wearing white as far back as the 1800s. We have a few paintings called the Andrew Clinic, particularly. This is a great painting.
Yeah, but those things are not white coats.
Yeah, but that's clearly where we were getting the white coats. Depicts Dr. Andrew.
The coat started with Nazis.
Yeah. It's good to be very specific when talking about them because.
And at the past, there was a difference between a physician and a surgeon. So they use different clothes too.
Yeah.
But now it's all the same.
Yeah.
All the same, I say, in quotes.
Yeah, so. Yes, the business stuff. Remember, yeah. It's very good to be very specific when talking about that particular subject because any bit of misinformation can have disastrous consequences, I find. Yeah, it's like the one thing. Okay, so like the one really kind of fact that comes out of it is, and this doesn't even really count because it happened before the Nazis took power, but the Nazis publicized it, is that German scientists were the first ones to start noticing the connection between ashes. I don't think, here's the thing with Rowling and racism. It's not that I think she set out to be racist. I think the thing with her is she just doesn't think very hard about stuff. If that makes sense. I think Rowling is a person who never really sat down and considered her own prejudice and let that seep through into her books. You know what I mean? It's not that she like. Yeah, exactly, and that's kind of how she is she's never a person that she's never done much inward examining of her like life, of her prejudices and positions in society. I think to a really hard extent, and she just kind of goes with what she assumes. So it's not, she is racist, but she's just not a person who examines that closely. At least that's my opinion. Yeah, that's what she does. I mean, and we also we're all, by the way, all of us, I must throw out here, if you think you are not vulnerable to that, you are vulnerable to that. That is why you must always be vigilant, especially when writing. If you don't think you're vulnerable to that, you will catch yourself in an issue. All of us. We all have deep wells of ignorance that can be exploited. Rowling's mistake is that she never explored them at all. Because Rowling very much has a very British... By the way, Rowling also has a very British sense of like prejudice that pops through in a lot of ways. Yeah, that's... Like, you can tell, like... anyways. Yeah. Hey, Pro, here. Pro, you're half Italian, right? Tio saying very mean things about the Italians.
Me?
Yeah.
The Italian chefs. Yeah, I'm Italian.
Yeah.
I'm Brazilian Italian.
Tio, how could you? How could you? I know, I've known...
Pasta chinga chinga. But we do
Yeah.
grand hand gestures, so that's fine.
Yeah.
And the gestures have meaning.
Yeah. When I was a kid, I was very close friends. Two of my very close friends were Italians. Were Italian twins. Although they were German, it's weird. Like the family was initially German, but they moved to Italy, so it was Hans and Emma Ludwig. But they didn't speak any German, and they only spoke Italian.
Oh, that makes sense, mate.
Yeah, yeah. No, I mean that does make sense, but you know.
Gotta tell you the truth. My life, my family history were like they were from Italy, but if you follow it, I bet they were German, and then before that they were like from Belgium or something shit like that.
Yeah. I mean, so is my family.
So like them being Italians is like it took some time. Yeah, in Europe there's a lot of mixing.
Yeah.
Like from my mom's side, I have like Portuguese that goes like from German and then Belgian and then like Jews.
Today I found well, I assume Hungary exists in... Fun fact about Transylvania. Transylvanian and Romani culture is what was I gonna say? So there, you guys want to learn a fun fact about Dracula?
Yeah, sure, send it.
Oh, I mean, I can just tell you.
Hiya, Blue. How you doing? Did you sleep well?
Tell you about it. Writer of Weirdness, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it immensely.
Rated.
Yes, I am. I'm very popular in this community. You must understand that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I am beloved. I'm gonna give you a shout out. Give you shout outs. We're talking here with Ezri. And it is lovely to be rated by you. Hey, hey guys. Oh my God. Ez, did you check your follower count?
What?
Check your follower count. I'll give you a shout out.
Wait, what? No, wait. I have 50. What the fuck? What the fuck?
Yeah. Congratulations.
Wait, how did that happen? I mean, it was Tio. Wait, thank you. Yeah, it was Tio. Thanks so much.
I'm gonna shout you out anyways, get you a few extras, but go follow us over on their channel. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So what are you guys working on over on your stream? Weird. Congratulations. No, we've neither of us slept. You've officially made it to the promised land.
Thank you, Right of Witness. I really appreciate it.
So, writer, what were you? What were you working on?
And we didn't sleep, Blue.
Very nice, very nice. Theoretically, I'm supposed to be working on my story, but I'm distracted. Mostly complaining about Harry Potter, but congratulations. That's so awesome. Now you have to do a 24-hour stream. Yes.
Yeah, the 24-hour stream is gonna happen on Friday, I think.
Yeah, that would be smart. Yes.
And I think I will write first and then play games later. Because if I decide to play games first and then write, I won't write at all because I will be tired.
That makes sense. Hey, guys over on my stream. Sorry, I just wanna. You guys want to see something?
Thanks so much for the follow. The backlog. I can see the rest.
You guys want to see something?
Okay, I found the backlog quest Phoebe.
Writer of the Weird. My cover for my book is in.
It looks amazing.
I mean, you've seen it, but I just. So
yeah, I have.
yeah. I couldn't resist. Right? Thank you so much. It's about an orc who becomes a pro wrestler. Let me show you the back cover, and then I'll let you go. And this is the back cover. Thank you so much. The backlog quest feed B. Thanks. I mean, I didn't do it. An actual cool artist did it, but I'm very proud of it. Yeah, it's about it's an orc it's about an orc who becomes a pro wrestler. So it's fantasy and pro wrestling all together in one. Also, backlog quest. Let's see it. Anyways, what time is it? Oh. Do you want want to do some actual writing? Do you want to do like a writing sprint? Lurk!
I think gonna heading to
Are you going to bed?
cook my lunch, cause
Are you-
Ashes kept like talking about food non-stop.
Hey, alright, Pro, are you going to keep streaming? Because I know you stream for long periods of time.
No,
Okay.
I think I'm gonna like finish it now, cause I don't know how long I've been on, cause it like
You've been on for about 12 hours. Counting.
the Wi-Fi bugged.
Yeah. Oh, it's
Yeah, I think I've been on for a long time.
Yeah, if you were gonna stay on, I would have rated you, but if not, we're gonna find someone else to rate.
I'm gonna head down now. But thanks so much for the help.
No
With,
problem.
like the followers and with the rising.
No problem. Okay. No problem. It's good. It's good talking.
See you.
See you. Okay. Ugh. Okay. This was a very unusual stream, but I had fun. Okay, talk to you guys later. Bye.